we're going to start our event briefly. I would like to invite all of you to take your seats. Some chairs in the first rows are reserved for some guests. I would kindly ask you to signal your place to our promoter so she can take off the signs with your names. We will wait a few more minutes until everybody's seated, and we'll then start our event. Thank you.
Conexões Corporativas é um conjunto de iniciativas do Sebrae que promove e desenvolve pequenos negócios para melhorar seu desempenho, impactando de forma sustentável na cadeia de valor de grandes empresas. Nossos pilares são competitividade, inovação e sustentabilidade. A ideia é conectar grandes e pequenas empresas para gerar resultados e benefícios que melhoram o ambiente de negócios e a competitividade para todos. A grande empresa funciona como uma rede que amplia e potencializa as ações dos pequenos negócios. Ao final das iniciativas, eles estão mais qualificados não somente para fornecer ao negócio inicial, mas para atender ao mercado como um todo. É a ampliação do seu potencial de crescimento e competitividade, por meio do fornecimento dos seus produtos ou serviços a outras empresas e setores. Uma estratégia que pode ser considerada um verdadeiro ganha-ganha. Para entender melhor como funciona o Conexões Corporativas, é importante conhecer as 5 frentes de atendimento da estratégia de atuação. Encadeamento produtivo. Estabelece um plano de ação para o aumento da produtividade e competitividade em uma cadeia de valores na qual todos ganham. Inovação aberta. Identificação de demandas tecnológicas de grandes empresas para desenvolvimento de novos produtos ou serviços pelo pequeno negócio. Modelagem. Acesso à tecnologia, crédito e projetos de ciclo curto para aumento da performance dos pequenos negócios de uma cadeia. Conexão digital. Incentivo a serviços e conteúdos digitais para potencializar a oferta de serviços e conteúdos digitais e melhorar o desempenho da empresa. Encadear. Evento com debate de lideranças de grandes empresas e apresentação de experiências do Conexões Corporativas. O Conexões Corporativas tem um foco principal: qualificar e elevar a presença das pequenas empresas em meio aos gigantes dos ecossistemas. E o sucesso da iniciativa só é possível pela atuação do Sebrae, conectando competitividade, inovação e sustentabilidade para criar oportunidades para as grandes e as pequenas empresas. A iniciativa já beneficiou milhares de pequenas empresas e diversos projetos espalhados por todo o país, gerando bilhões de novas oportunidades, tanto para as pequenas quanto para as grandes empresas, e vai continuar beneficiando. Conexões Corporativas, conectando competitividade, inovação e sustentabilidade.
somos apaixonados por inovação. A inovação genuinamente brasileira, que nasce em universidades, centros de pesquisa, startups e em empresas de qualquer porte. Temos as melhores condições de financiamento para apoiar o desenvolvimento de uma nova indústria. O futuro do Brasil é agora e nós estamos prontos. FINEP, uma empresa pública do Ministério da Ciência, Tecnologia e Inovação. Governo Federal, União e Reconstrução.
Sejam todos bem-vindos e bem-vindas.
Welcome, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, to the biggest fair of nuclear activities in Latin America, NT2E. My name is Maria Clara. It's a great pleasure to start this event. That it's in its third edition. It's one of the biggest activities, events in the sector in the whole continent. The NT2E was created at Abdan to bring together the players of the nuclear development chain and foster a productive environment, business environment, to leverage our activities and through connections among public agencies and national and international companies that make up our market. Before inviting the president of Abdan for his welcome remarks, I'd like to call on the following dignitaries to join us. Vice Admiral Kaga, Admiral Armado dos Santos, Ana Paula Bittencourt, Francisco Rondinelli, Pedro Cavalcante, Silas Rondô, and Congressman Julio Lopes. I would like to thank you. A round of applause for all of them. Yes, thank you. I would like to thank our sponsors and partners for their participation at NT2E. The sense of cooperation and collectivity and allows us to develop our sector. I'd like to nominally thank the Rosatom premier sponsor and the FINEP and Sebrai as well, premium sponsors, and our gold sponsors, Acnem, Tramatum, and Westinghouse. And now, to open officially our activities, our event, I'd like to invite our sponsor, Celso Cunha, President of Abdan. Please, sir, you have the floor.
Vem, Celso. Você nem senta, por favor.
Não deu nem tempo de sentar. Mas vamos lá.
Well, good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like first of all to thank our dignitaries here present with us, the General Marcos Amado from the federal government, and to thank Rear Admiral Koga, representing the Naval Research Officer in Sao Paulo. Our Navy is currently on a mission. The Directorate is on a mission to France. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Ana Paula Bittencourt, National Secretary of Geology and Mining. In accordance with our minister, we're seated on another pre-salt deposit, and I've heard you have the mission to take the oil from the pre-salt. I would also like to thank Pedro Cavalcanti for his presence, Adjunct Secretary for the governance of state-run companies of the Ministry of Innovation and Public Services of NGE. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us. I'd like also to thank the presence of, he should be with us anytime soon, Congressman Julio Lopez is on his way. He'll be with us momentarily. I'd like to thank Celso Pancella, from President of FINEP, a longtime partner of ours. Thank you for being with us. We've worked together for so long. And the director, Mikhail Shudakov, General Director, Adjunct Director of the Nuclear Energy Department here, representing the General Director of the agency, Dr. Rafael Grassi, Dr. Silas Rondo, our President of MBPAR and former Minister of Mines and Energy, thank you so much, and our former Minister of Cities, Dr. Marcio Fortes, thank you very much for your presence here, and he is representing here for JAN, the Federation of Industries of Rio de Janeiro, our dear Admiral Bento, former Minister of Mines and Energy. And also, I would like to thank all of the missions that are here with us today: the government of the United States, France, the government of Russia, Japan, Italy, and surely I must have left out someone. I do apologize, but and tell me later if I forgot someone, if I left someone out. Thank you. I'd like to tell you briefly about NT2E, this fair that is the largest event in nuclear innovation in Latin America. Today, we're not opening only an event, we're opening a window towards the future, a future in which the word diversity is not a hurdle, it's not an obstacle, but it is the energy that leads us to transformations. We're going through times in which sustainability and artificial intelligence and data centers and resilience, energy resilience, carbon neutrality, these are expressions that define global policies and billionaire investments and the fate of humanity. This is where we are, the nuclear sector. Many times we're left out, we're forgotten, but we're becoming more and more relevant than ever before. Germany, Italy as examples among dozens of countries are going back to the state of recognizing the importance of nuclear energy. Yesterday, the Communication and Financial Times, on the cover of Financial Times, talked about the comeback of Germany. The world is again reassuring the importance of nuclear energy and the energy transition as a source of clean energy, safe energy, and reliable energy. And the nuclear sector is what moves Angra 1. Nuclear energy moves Angra 1, Angra 2. It boosts Brazilian research. It sets the foundation for Brazilian sovereignty with naval projects and nuclear submarines. We must also mention that some of the projects are making strides. For example, the project of the Ladujang MMD, the project to strengthen the research centers, projects that aim at using small modular reactors and micro reactors, nuclear reactors, amongst other projects. Obviously, not everything is an easy road. Angra 3 faced many setbacks. The implementation of the Nuclear Security Authority is still waiting for the red tape in Congress. The increase in the production of nuclear fuel and the mining of uranium is still waiting for a proper chance and opportunity, even though Brazil has the sixth largest uranium reserves in the world. So, and the strengthening of the productive chain of radioisotopes for the diagnostic and treatment of cancer. And we have to uphold the supply continuously. We're still not able to do it, but we have to work on it. Therefore, I'm asking you, and I'm wondering myself, how should we react? How should we act? Given all the problems that we have faced and the obstacles lying ahead, what's the foundation for our actions so that the nuclear sector will still prosper, will still flourish? We need to be together. We need to combine our strengths. We have a challenge, a greater challenge, to show that the nuclear energy is not a thing of the past. It is the throbbing heart of energy transition. It is the backbone for the expansion of data centers in Brazil. And that requires a steady supply, constant supply of clean energy. It is the support, reliable support for artificial intelligence networks, which will set the global economy in motion in the future. It's time we showed that the nuclear energy is the forefront energy and innovation. It leads to autonomy, self-reliance, and Brazil will be a leading actor in this field. This event is the very proof of that. We have gone over all the records. I have cheat notes here. 2017 is, and now we have over 3,200 studies. We have over 150 speakers. Over 15 countries are represented here. 30 high-level panels, several mini courses and satellite events, 147 institutions, partner institutions. Here we are. We're connecting industries, governments, the academy, startup companies, and the international market. We are building the technological foundation for a new cycle of growth in Brazil, a cycle in which the nuclear energy is central. It is crucial. I would like to thank especially the director of the International Nuclear Energy Agency, Dr. Mikhail Shudakov, and now representing the General Director of the International Agency, Dr. Rafael Gassi, for all the support that he has given us, and to my friend Rafael Gadana from Argentina for mobilizing such a vibrant delegation to this meeting. I would like to extend this note of thanks to all the other foreign delegations that are here with us today, and to our associates and partners, mostly this wonderful audience that we have brought together today. We have made the room larger, but you know that it's all filled. We have a full house. We're going to have to get a bigger room next time. Let's join forces to make history happen.
So that we can have 3 days adding value to the market and creating new knowledge to everyone. Thank you so much. We are Abdan, and please join us. Have a good morning. Thank you so much, Mr. Celso, for your opening remarks. And right now at this NT2E, we have something new in this ceremony. It'll be divided in 3 blocks, 3 content blocks. We have many political actors in the nuclear sector. And then on the second segment, we are going to have companies that are very important to our sector. And finally, we are going to understand new agreements and celebrate new spaces with our partner companies. So in our first segment, I'm going to invite Rear Admiral Kauga he's the director of the Navy Technological Center in São Paulo. Mr. General Marcos Amaro, Minister of the Institutional Security Cabinet, Miss Ana Paula Bittencourt, National Secretary of Geology, Mining and Mineral Transformation of the Ministry of Mines and Energy, Mr. Celso Cunha, the President of Abdan, Mr. Silas Rondeau, President of the Brazilian Company of Participation in Nuclear Energy and Binational, Mr. Francisco Rondinelli, the President of SENEM, Mr. Mikhail Chudikov, Deputy Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, and other authorities. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a great honor and satisfaction that I'm talking to you in this ceremony, this opening ceremony of NT2E, Nuclear Trade and Technology Exchange 2025. This is the main stage of strategic encounters, technological partnerships, and innovations in the nuclear sector of Brazil. I would like to thank you in the name of the Brazilian Navy, your invitation of the Brazilian Association, Abdan, and I would like also to salute Mr. President Celso Cunha for your vision and your leadership in this journey. This meeting wouldn't be happening in a better moment. The world is going through a transformation moment right now, and the urgency of the energy transition and the environmental pressures and all the environmental and technological pressures, they urge for answers. And Brazil, with its matrix, with its renewable and clean matrix, is already occupying a very highlighted position in this scenario. But we need to be better protagonists, especially when we see the challenges that we have ahead of us, and also the growing demand globally, a phenomenon that is imposed by not only by the economical growth, but by a very important revolution, the expansion of the AI, automation, and the digital infrastructure. Servers, data center, neural networks consume expressive volumes of energy, and the projections indicate that this consumption is going to double by the end of the decade. The digital economy requires an energy base that's really strong and very sustainable. In this context, the nuclear energy reveals its value with even more clearness. It's about a clear source, a very reliable source, and it's able to operate continuously. Doesn't matter what are the climate factors. It is not competing with renewable sources. It offers stability to the national electrical system. And now the Brazilian energy grid is going to make us stronger and is going to make us in conditions to face this very digital world and decarbonized world. The Brazilian Navy, very aware of its role for the future of the country, we have been contributing to the advance of nuclear technologies in our Brazilian territory. Since the 70s, when we had the Brazilian nuclear program, we are working very much to develop autochthon technologies in a very sovereign base. Our nuclear submarine is our special work right now, and these are expressions of this continuous effort moved by values like excellence, technological independence, and the defense of the Brazilian state. But this journey is built with strategic visions like from the Admiral Alberto, the very sponsor of our nuclear program that always advocated by the technological knowledge, and he said it is linked to the prosperity of our country. Today, what he said is more current than ever, and we need to acknowledge that Brazil has reached an expressive level of maturity in the nuclear level. Brazil is now participating in international forums, and those achievements are not going to make us feel safe. We have to be bold. We need to always pursue ambition and integration. The scientific development requires a commitment with innovation, investments, and the cooperation between sectors. Today, when we gather representatives from the government, from companies, from academic institutions, the NT2E is confirming the relevance and potential of the Brazilian nuclear sector. This is going to generate job positions. It is going to promote the energy transition and the sustainable development. And this is why we have this commitment of the Brazilian Navy to keep moving forward in terms of technology, strengthening our industrial capacities, and preserving the sovereignty of the safety of our country. Just like our ships that are navigating strongly, always thinking about its routes, Brazil is navigating today towards the future of technological sovereignty. I really hope that technology, science, cooperation, progress can keep promoting this navigation. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the participation of Vice Admiral Kogo. And now I'm going to invite General Marcos Antonio Amaro dos Santos. He's the Ministry of the Institutional Security Cabinet. Good morning, everyone. Now, I'm saluting Celso Cunha, the president of Abdan. We also would like to salute everybody already named here today, especially that are here in this stage, all the authorities that are present here. Please feel saluted, and everybody who's here in this event too. So I would like to begin saluting the Brazilian Association to the Development of Nuclear Activities, Abdan, in the name of Mr. Celso Cunha, the President Celso Cunha, for this event, which is the bigger of the nuclear sector and has an enormous relevance. It is a very valuable opportunity to bring together political leaders and technical leaders to discuss advantages of the strategic sector for Brazil. There are no doubts about the positive impact of technology in various areas, just such as health and agriculture and the environment, industry. Our country has a nuclear program with its own uranium enrichment technology and full development of the submarine program. One of the largest reserves of uranium in the world. Brazil has a great potential in terms of the nuclear fuel so that we can move forward in terms of production and consolidate ourselves towards being a country that exports high value for the nuclear production chain. We want to be able to have a partnership between national and international companies. Just as an example of what's happening globally, all the challenges to the expansion of the nuclear energy in Brazil involves the complexity of the projects and the safety requirements. We have many different forums that consider the small modular reactors, the SMRs, an alternative, a good alternative in terms of these aspects. Our government is also conducing with a lot of responsibility the conclusion of Angra 3. We understand that this is essential to the continuous development of our Brazilian nuclear program because of the impact that we have in many different aspects. In this context, the National Safety Chamber has a really relevant role in this sector with the CIPROM, which is the protection system for the Brazilian nuclear program. And we are also promoting the nuclear system through its development committee, the CTBNB. And on the safety field, we are highlighting the work of CIPRON, promoting an integration between different environments in our government, carrying out many exercises and drills towards our nuclear efficiency. We are also highlighting the participations of CIPRON in the drills promoted by the International Agency of Atomic Energy, the convention exercise, the CONVAX, and the CBNB, which is created with two ministries. We have new goals for the nuclear sector. In the last years, our committee is an essential forum to really perform relevant actions like the creation of the Brazilian national policy established by the Decree 9600 from 2018. We also have the National Authority of Nuclear Energy in the law 15 of October of 2021, and we have a new business plan to install an irradiator for agricultural products in among many different initiatives. The CTBNB is working in different subjects like regulation and mining of uranium, applying that in our health system, managing waste, and since 2024 we are now highlighting two activities. We are revising the strategic plan and social national communication plan. We really want to keep being positive in terms of our nuclear technology and the approval of the proposal of restructuring the committee, creating a sub-executive committee to improve our governance in this sector. And I would also like to highlight the importance of this event, and I really hope all our achievements can be pursued. And finally, I would like to highlight our commitment in our work with the development and safety of the Brazilian nuclear program. We are still working together. We want to cooperate to create a very positive environment to attract investments and opportunities that can really promote our sector and benefiting all of our society. Thank you so much and have a nice day.
Nosso agradecimento à participação do General Marcos Antônio Amaro.
Thank you so much. And now moving forward, I would like to invite the National Secretary of Coordination and Governance of Strategy. I'm sorry. You're going to invite Ms. Ana Paula Bittencourt. Good morning, everyone. In this Nuclear Trade and Technology Exchange 2025, I would like to salute all my colleagues here in the stage and congratulations to Abdan for promoting this extraordinary environment where we can discuss the development of the energy chains, and we are going to promote knowledge, and we really want to be able to work together, demystifying stories and promoting a very responsible sector in Brazil and in the world. I would like to thank you the invitation in the name of Minister Alexandre Silveira. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here, but he sent his secretary in charge, and I'm sure that he's very dedicated to this subject, highlighting his recent trips to China and Russia. To talk about nuclear energy is to talk about the future, a future where Brazil may have a significant work. We now are part of the world ranking of over 2,000 tons of uranium being created here in Brazil, and less than 1/3 of our territory has been mapped. And we know that there's a lot more to be discovered here. And the high potentials of Brazil keeps us in a world positive position in the world scenario. And we know that this is going to grow a lot, especially because of the use of new technologies in energy like AI. The world will need strong sources with a high capacity of generation, and the nuclear energy fits properly in this context. And also, beyond the energy safety, nuclear safety is another opportunity for Brazil to contribute for decarbonizing our economies. This is what our Ministry of Mines and Energy understands needs to be promoted. We want to flexibilize all the premises of social responsibility and social responsibility, especially in our sector. In Brazil, with our matrix, which is of 3%, will also grow. The SMRs represent a key development, especially for our regions who are not there yet, and Brazil has the opportunity to improve its access to energy. We know that we have many different challenges, even though we have a good potential. The expansion of uranium production is still very limited. We need to export 5% of our fuels because of that, and our ministry wants to change this scenario so that Brazil can be autosufficient to really be able to contribute in the decarbonization of the entire world. And although we have a law that was passed in 2022 and it represents a huge improvement, it needs to be positively implemented. This is why we have a new model with a lot of legal safety, keenness, sustainability, and a higher participation of the private sector. We want to broaden our investments and bring dynamism. We want to have new partnerships. We want to open our way forward to the exportation of uranium, and we want this market to be more attractive. This is why our ministry is trying to get the support of MGI, and in our governance program with state-owned companies, we have signed an agreement of technical cooperation. And now we have 4 startups. And our goal is to improve the operational safety of those companies, to guarantee a strategic alignment in our sustainable development and our energy safety. This is why we are now wanting to fill the gaps of our energy problems, and the national plan of geological mapping is one of the tools that is allowing us to move forward in a very transparent way. This is why we are promoting uranium, like many other critical minerals, to be in a very promising position. And we want to have a more transparent dialogue with society about the trustworthiness of nuclear safety. Brazil has a lot to offer.
Market robustness, stability of institutions, predictability, geopolitical predictability, and the commitment to uphold international agreements towards the non-proliferation of nuclear weapons. Brazil is a trustworthy partner. The energy sector is a vector of growth. We have a project in Ceará that foresees the creation of 6,000 direct and indirect jobs, as well as millionaire investments. The production of uranium in Brazil will lead to more jobs, more income, and more public services and goods, more development to the regions where this wealth is located. We're confident that the new regulatory framework, investments in knowledge, geological knowledge, and the bridges to the world and to our own market will lead Brazil into the future, and Brazil will become a leading actor in this market. I hope that the talks that we will have at this event will lead to the further development of the energy sector in Brazil. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ana Paula. I would like to invite now Dr. Francisco Condinelli, President of ICNEM.
Bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Minister of Science and Technology and Innovation, I'd like to thank you for the invitation to be part of this opening ceremony. I'd like to acknowledge my colleagues on the panel. I have sheet notes here with me. I don't know if I'm going to use them because we have so much important information and many opportunities for partnerships that have been identified that anyway, I think I can comment upon some of them. For example, I see through the GSI a partnership agreement between the GSI and the ministry to coordinate the nuclear program in Brazil. It's a proposal. Today in the afternoon, we'll have a very important panel to discuss the implementation of the nuclear energy program in Brazil, a work done by the ministry and the GSI in Brazil. And I see that the Ministry of Energy and Mines, we have agreements aimed at creating the National Nuclear Security Agency. It's an old dream of ours that's about to be consolidated. We will have it momentarily. And the restructuring of the nuclear segment in Brazil, a review of the legislation, and the actions that we must take to draw upon this opportunity. The ministry, we've been talking about the necessary infrastructure, and we're discussing budget issues that are very important. And we have the National Fund for Technological Advancement, and we're financing NRB, very important. It's something that was missing from the former stages. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of MVAP, or colleagues from Argentina. We just signed a new contract with MVAP to elaborate a laboratory project for the production of radioisotopes. It's crucial to complement the installation of NRB. We have the financing for MRB, and we're financing the processing laboratory. The two facilities must work together to produce radioisotopes and deliver them to the pharmaceutical industry. We're doing strong work with Electronuclear to seek investment for its antenna. We were at TCU and the Secretariat of the Treasury. It's a breakthrough that's been excellent. In a few days or weeks, we'll have great news pertaining to that issue. The financing of Centem, it's crucial to have a nuclear environmental center. In reality, it will. It's very important for this nuclear sector to be able to transfer the rejects generated, the waste generated in Angra, and our general activities. The idea is to transfer all the refuse and all the waste to a definitive place. We're going to be discussing something that the Nuclear Energy Agency is discussing. A final destination for all the waste and the residues produced in our industry. And anyway, these are opportunities for breakthroughs in the development of the nuclear technology at the service of Brazilian society. I have signed quite a few memoranda of understanding with Russian institutes, Chinese institutions. We have colleagues from Rosatom, China, and CMC here present with us today. Missions and the minister was on a mission of President Lula to Russia and then China. I was part of a business roundtable with the Minister of Foreign Relations of Kazakhstan a few weeks ago, and we exchanged ideas and ways of cooperation between the two countries. And we have an international forum, BRICS, in which the idea came up to discuss a joint program integrating the nuclear areas of these countries. These are many opportunities that have come up that are going on right now, and I think it's very important events of this nature to bring forth all these items to ensure the visibility of nuclear energy in society. But it's important to talk about what's coming next, continuity, and what we're going to be doing after such rich discussions, such thought-provoking discussions. It's important to have a work proposal, and that we will make sure we will reach that agreement among all the agents of the nuclear sector in order to draft a nuclear energy plan with goals, objectives, and schedules and people responsible for it. It's something that we hope will be able to lead to positive results based on all these meetings. I'd like to congratulate Abdan for this wonderful gathering. I'd like to thank you again for the invitation, and congratulate all my colleagues, and I wish you all a great event. And I would like to invite you to pay a visit to our stand, to our booth. We're issuing a new portfolio. So we have publications with several innovations developed by the Brazilian nuclear sector through research institutes and other organizations, and that percolate down to society through all the proper channels. The energy sector is delivering good results for society. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The President of Tecnan, Mr. Francisco Ronginelli. I'd like to invite Mr. Pedro Cavalcante, Adjunct Secretary of the Ministry of Management and Innovation. Good morning, all. I would like to thank you for the invitation, President Celso, and I'm here on behalf of Minister Esther, and I'd like to acknowledge all my colleagues at the head table. I'll be very brief. Innovation is part and parcel of the Ministry of Innovation and Public Services and Technology at the Ministry. We're responsible for the governance of state-run companies to cooperate and help. In the past, it was to supervise, but we've made inroads on this agenda. We have a very broad perspective of contributing to the good work of state-run companies, that they'll be able to reach their goals. Towards the end of last year, we created an Innova program. We'll be talking about it in depth in the afternoon at the 2 o'clock panel. Innova has the goal of strengthening the governance, not just the management of companies, but the governance of these companies, to help these companies and to face the challenge that they face on a daily basis, operationally speaking, and to face these new constant changes and hurdles and barriers to their full performance of their activities. And in this sense, one of the main goals is to assist our four companies in the nuclear energy sector. Together with BNDES, we have many studies to help these companies to face these challenges. Above all, to think of new business opportunities, and to build dynamic capacities. Dynamic capacities are those that go beyond routine activities of the companies in order to deal with these changes, disruptive changes that the world has gone through. And nuclear energy is quite disruptive indeed, in a challenging scenario of adaptation and mitigation of climate conditions. In a world now with rising artificial intelligence, we have many opportunities and challenges, but above all, we're forced to think differently, to think outside the box in the sense of helping state-run companies to build dynamic capacities, as I told you before, in our companies, especially the nuclear sector companies. I don't know if I still have time. I'll be very brief because we'll be going into detail about a NOVA program in the afternoon. This event is so opportune because not just for our field, but to allow us to think about the role of state-run companies and the state as a whole to uphold agreements and projects among organizations in civil society and companies. So I do wish you all in the coming 3 days a great deal of debates and businesses and a great deal of exchange of knowledge. Thank you very much. Thank you for the participation of Pedro Cavalcanti. We have two more distinguished guests at the head table now. I'd like to acknowledge Dr. Silas Ondon, and I'd like to invite Congressman Julio Lopes, President of the Nuclear Energy Parliamentary Commission. Well, very good morning to all of you. I'd like, first of all, to congratulate each and every one of you, ladies and gentlemen, for having decided to be part of the energy sector that has expanded at the quickest pace in the world. And it's been quite a revolution. I would like to congratulate CELSA for this wonderful event. Over 3,000 attendees. It's a hallmark in our Brazilian society. I'd like to congratulate every one of you for deciding to be part of this event of the energy sector in the world that has been modernizing. Silas Hondo told us, and Fatih Birol as well, the president of the Nuclear Energy Agency, no other form of energy has grown and adapted to changes so much and so rapidly as nuclear energy. Therefore, this is where we should be. I was giving an interview today earlier in the morning before coming here. I'm the honor of being the president of the Brazilian Competitive Institution. It's been financed by Brazil's major corporate groups for over 30 years, and we're financing the petrochemical industry quite strenuously. In this context, we knew yesterday from remarks made by our president of the central bank that our accumulated growth in 12 months is at 4.2%. The quarter, we have 1.2%, in April. In the month of March, we grew 0.8%. And this is a record. We have accumulated the eighth direct drop in the dollar in the exchange rate. It's a record, but unfortunately, we continue to be a bit. We haven't actually taken care of Agri-3 as we should have. It's a disaster from the point of view of government policy and energy policies overall. I regret to say it, but in the last meeting of the National Energy Policy Committee, the chief of staff left the meeting without concluding it and without scheduling a new meeting where we could decide on the Agri-3 plan, the work on that plan. We need to finish it. We need to bring that to a close. We have a great deal of equipment that's been purchased at a monthly cost of 100 million reais. Admiral Nilton is right here. He's a witness to that. Every one of us here in this audience is quite concerned about this issue. It is a national mistake, and it's a national mistake. In this government, we have $2.2 billion of liabilities in pertaining to Agri-3 because we have not yet been able to conclude that work. In Finland, a thermonuclear power plant was concluded, and it was built up in 3 years. And in Brazil, we're still dragging our feet. This process has been endless. And our secretary today, I'd like to to congratulate our friends here, saying that we will finally start the project of Santa Quitéria in Ceará. 15 years of licensing involved. 3 times we had public hearings to license the same project. It has not been finalized yet. We still don't have the license to operate. This lethargy, this sloth, and the slowness of the red tape is maddening. And we have to actually make things happen. I'm sure that in this year, if Celso will have, if he's been able to organize a meeting with 3,000 enrolled people, we'll have 5,000 people next year. Because in the good sense of the term, the growth of this energy is the one that generates the greatest technology and generates an energy with 85% power factor. It's the energy that's missing in the energy mix of Brazil, and it's an example to the world. I came back from New York this week. I was there, and the Brazil week in New York, I was there. And what's most celebrated when it comes to Brazil, Celso, is agribusiness. But before agribusiness, it's the characteristics of nuclear energy in Brazil. And the energy mix in Brazil is 60% hydropower energy. It's celebrated around the world as one of the biggest assets in Brazil, and what's missing so that we will have an energy mix that's totally sustainable. We have 22% of generation of wind power. We have 9.8% wind power in our energy mix, and only 1.5% nuclear energy. It's a disaster. It's ludicrous. We must urgently make sure that our voice will echo further, so we will seek a solution to this problem. It's inadmissible. The President of the Republic will come to Rio de Janeiro in spite of our disagreements. We've been supporting the government, and we do hope that they'll decide to retake the work on Angra 3. We know the importance, the strategic importance of concluding the work on our multi-purpose reactor. It's been dragging for so long. It's a crime against Brazil, against technology, against hundreds of graduates from our colleges. And we have among the best schools in energy in the world with a good international track record. They're qualified to work in any project around the world. And that we're wasting their talent. They could have a huge contribution to make in Brazil, to make to our nuclear sector. As the president of the Nuclear Commission and a member of Congress, I'm representing the Brazilian Parliament here today. I'd like to congratulate each and every one of you who's working so strenuously to expand the horizons of nuclear energy in Brazil. We must not postpone the necessary work so that we will be aligned with the whole world. Brazil is the 6th largest. We are in a community of 200 countries. We are number 6 when it comes to the use of nuclear energy from any perspective you could think of. We have all the way from the prospection of uranium all the way to its transformation, a 20% enrichment. The Navy is able to do great work on that front. We have the production of military nuclear submarine convention. It's all these attributes have distinguished Brazil among the international community, and we're distinguished in the sense that we have so many opportunities, but the lack of initiative to retake the work on Angra 3 is so important. It's so pivotal to Brazil. We must make a note of that. And again, I'd like to congratulate every one of you, and we do hope that we'll join forces and work together so that we will again retake the work on Angra 3. You cannot postpone it any longer to occupy spaces and to make sure Brazil will be a leading actor in the international energy community. We have expression, we have strength, we have the abilities to do it, but we must actually fill this void. And on behalf of Admiral Álvaro Berto, all the way since the 1970s, he designed and conceived one of the largest nuclear power programs in the world, with 8 power plants. Only 2 of them actually work. And they working at 110% of their design capacity because of the capacity of water and local conditions that are extremely favorable. So they've been working for 40 years and 85% delivery. This is a global benchmark, and we'll do likewise with Angra 3. I do apologize for my verbose and my vocal words, but that's meant to motivate every one of you so that you will come together with us so we can play the role of demanding the immediate retaking of the work on Angra 3. I wish you all a great Congress. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Congressman Julio Lopez. Now we have the virtual participation of two people that couldn't be here in person, but they sent us a specific video for this event. And I would like to invite everybody to watch the video of the Mr. Rafael Gramsci, the Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure to be here in this nuclear trade and technology event. I would like to thank Abdan for inviting me to be part of this big event. The biggest fair of Latin America that gathers policy founders and students and great companies. And it is with a great joy that I'm participating in this NT2E again. As the General Director of EA, I was able to see the experience and the ambition of your nuclear sector in Brazil. Abdan is a strong agent of progress, and AIA is really proud to be collaborating with you. Last year, with ministers and many different leaderships of the nuclear sector, I was able to say at that time that something that is still valid today. Brazil needs the nuclear industry, and the nuclear industry needs Brazil. The world leaders are finally acknowledging this nuclear energy as an essential part of the climate solution since the Paris Agreement of COP28 2 years ago. And those countries they do want to triple the world capacity up to 2050. And other countries, they are working together in this. Now we have the expectation for COP30 that is going to happen in Belém at the end of this year. And I'm confident that nuclear energy will make new advances. Now is the time to transform ambitions about concrete commitments. In terms of nuclear energy in Brazil, I have three specific hopes that they can keep moving forward with the Angra nuclear plant, using this asset with a lot of safety and working with a lot of management with AI. And we want Angra 3 to be completed. And we also want to build a very solid supply chain to be able to build more SMRs and infrastructure to support everything we need. This walks hand in hand with the maintenance of strong regulatory institutions for safety, physical institutions, and nuclear safeguarding. That's why AEIA is offering its support. And we really want you to be able to use the technology, advanced technology with the SMRs and implementing it safely. This is being facilitated by the nuclear harmonization mission by AI, the UNEST. To make these three objectives concrete, we want to be able to have a very strong nuclear sector. Ladies and gentlemen, this environment needs to be the backbone of any economy. A few things are very intimate related to the social development that is going to make more health, create more health and new ways of development. This is how we know the demand for electricity is also growing. To be able to achieve this annual growth of over 2% will require a lot of investment in infrastructure, especially if we remember that over 16 million people still don't have access to energy power in their region. The demand for energy in Brazil needs to grow even more. It needs to grow 3.5% per year. The increase of nuclear capacity in Brazil requires investment in people and training. Like we could see by the big participation in this event, Brazil can count with international support. One of the main powers in the nuclear sector is its capacity of cooperation. The industry offers Brazil the opportunity to broaden its role in the international market and to be able to facilitate the international cooperation. This is one of the strong values of EIA, being through many different missions, being through capacity training and education. I'm really satisfied with our collaboration, and I'm happy with the Brazilian presidency of the G20. This is an excellent center of cooperation that amplifies impact. This is what we call a double positive blow. We are now putting nuclear energy at the center of the discussions of the energy transition, and we are highlighting the need for support policies and funding policies, especially in developing countries. The partnership of IA and Brazil goes beyond nuclear energy. Together, we are maximizing the positive contribution of science in nuclear technology like environmental protection, health and safety, and food safety. These are three examples. Through the initiative New to Tactics of IA, we are protecting the ocean, analyzing the pollution by microplastics. And with the program Rays of Hope, we are bringing radiotherapy machines for better cancer treatment for very far away communities. And with the Organization of the United Nations for Agriculture and Food, FAO, we are supporting best practices here in Latin America and around the world. And also to finish, taking a look into Belém and forward, just know that you can count on an IA with everything that has to do with nuclear. Thank you. Thank you so much for the video of the Director of Scientific and Technology, Rafael Grossi. And to close our first segment, I would like to invite you to watch the video of the President Maria. Hello.
The Nuclear Energy Institute here in Washington, D.C. I wish I could join you in person today, but I'm thrilled to join you virtually, especially during such an exciting time for nuclear. And I want to thank Celso for the invitation to speak today. Celso is a dear friend and a trusted partner whose collaborative spirit has strengthened the ties between NEI and Abdan as we work together to support and expand our nuclear industries. I have very fond memories of NEI's trade mission to Rio de Janeiro during the Brazil-U.S. Energy Forum in February of 2020. And it was then that NEI and Abdan signed a memorandum of understanding to enhance cooperation, an agreement witnessed by Brazil's Minister of Energy and the U.S. Secretary of Energy. Since then, we've held several in-person and virtual engagements, all with a common goal of strengthening nuclear energy cooperation between our countries. Oh, and it's amazing how much is changing in our industry now. Demand for nuclear continues to rise, and in this critical moment, our partnership continues as well, with Westinghouse supporting the 20-year life extension of Angra 1. And Holtec do Brazil has partnered with Eletronuclear to deliver a state-of-the-art dry fuel storage facility also at Angra. That project was completed safely and ahead of schedule and will ensure secure spent fuel storage through 2045 to support continued plant operations, marking a major milestone in our bilateral nuclear partnership. We're at a pivotal moment in our shared history, facing the shared challenge of meeting rising electricity demand. To do this, we need solutions that are clean, reliable, and aligned with national security interests. And thankfully, both of our nations recognize that nuclear is essential to solving this challenge. In Washington, nuclear energy development remains a rare area of bipartisan consensus. This support also extends into the private sector. In the past year alone, Google, Microsoft, and Amazon have all announced nuclear agreements to power their increased energy needs. In today's world of growing uncertainty, the case for nuclear cooperation is stronger than ever. From supply chains to regulatory alignment to co-financing, we can help each other reach our respective nuclear energy goals. Brazil and the United States are natural partners in the future of nuclear. As the world seeks reliable, clean energy solutions, our countries offer complementary strengths. The U.S. is a leader in the development and demonstration of advanced nuclear. The first advanced reactors in America are now online, and we have several designs in varying sizes already in development, supported by strong public and private investment. Brazil brings industrial capabilities that are critical to the global deployment of these technologies. With a skilled engineering workforce, experience in complex infrastructure, and a growing need for clean, firm power. Brazil is well positioned to be a builder and a manufacturing partner for advanced nuclear. Together, our countries can bring clean nuclear energy to the world, supporting economic prosperity and energy security, not only in the Americas, but for the whole world. I want to once more thank Celso for the invitation and wish you a successful conference. There's never been a more exciting time for nuclear, and I look forward to continuing our work together as we move the industry forward.
And with these words from the president of the Energy Institution, we are going to close our first segment for this opening ceremony. Now I'm going to invite everybody at the stage to please have a seat in the audience. Thank you so much.
We breathe energy. We depend on energy. We produce energy. We transform energy into brilliant ideas for a greener planet. For medicine. For clean water. For safer food. For our future. Energy for life. Rosatom.
Bom, vamos iniciar o nosso segundo bloco da cerimônia de abertura.
Let's begin our second panel with great names of the nuclear sector in the world. Right now I'm going to invite Mr. Mikhail Shudakov, Celso Pancera, and Ivan Dubov.
E para dar início à primeira
And to begin our first panel, I'm going to invite the General Director of the International Atomic Energy, Mr. Mikhail Shudakov.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, friends and colleagues, it's difficult to add something when my boss already all explained on the screen. But anyway, it is a pleasure to be with you here at this important event. I thank the organizers for their kind invitation. Today, around the world, we are witnessing a return to energy realism. Countries are waking up to some basic of the life, facts of the life. We need more energy, and if possible, we need more energy that is reliable, affordable, and low carbon, that provides stability to our grids while allowing us to breathe clean air and address the climate challenge. We need it for our security, our pocketbooks, and our children's future. From Asia to Latin America, from Europe to North America, this new energy realism, this need for clean, firm power to enhance energy security and drive economic development is clear by the day. Indeed, in the words of the International Energy Agency, we are now living in the age of electricity. Global electricity demand is projected to grow by nearly 4% annually through 2027, driven by industrial production, air conditioning, accelerating electrification, especially in transportation, and the expansion of data centers powering artificial intelligence. Amid this backdrop, a global consensus on accelerating the deployment of nuclear power has emerged. We saw it at COP28 in Dubai, with the historic inclusion of nuclear power in the global stock take, and the pledge by more than 30 countries to triple nuclear capacity by 2050. A pledge that since been echoed by major global banks and technical companies. And yet, if all this amounts to a return to realism, then we must remain realistic. Nuclear energy offers a tremendous promise, but it will only deliver if we match that promise with political will and social commitment. Ladies and gentlemen, every year the IAEA publishes its outlook for nuclear power, the results of months of study and consultation with its member states. Our latest projections, published in September, show huge potential for growth. In our high-case scenario, global nuclear generating capacity more than doubles to 950 gigawatts by 2050. That means not only keeping much of the current fleet in operation, but adding around 600 gigawatt electrical of new capacity, most of it in the form of large water-cooled reactors, but around a quarter coming from SMRs. In the lower case, capacity is projected to increase by about 24% by mid-century. Asia is seen driving this expansion. China currently building 28 reactors, almost half of all the power reactors under construction worldwide. India comes next with 6 reactors under construction, and developing countries like Bangladesh, Egypt, and Turkey are making significant progress in working with Russia on the construction of their first nuclear power plants. Across Europe, governments are planning to build new reactors, reconsidering their nuclear policies or reversing them to extend the lifetime of reactors or allow for construction of new ones including small modular reactors or SMRs. Long reliant on coal, newcomer Poland is set to make nuclear power a pillar of its energy system. In the same region, the Czech Republic, Hungary, Romania, and Slovakia all have plans to expand their programs. Further west, the UK is actively building, while France plans to scale up a program responsible for one of the few decarbonized grid in the industrialized world. But it's more than that. Countries that have long or post-nuclear, such as Italy, have signaled renewed interest. And the debate about reactor lifetime extensions has intensified in Europe following the blackout in Spain last month. And we also just recently saw from the news that Germany also started thinking about the nuclear program and to get always in opposed nuclear debt. And we also see that what's going on, what happened with blackout in Spain and Portuguese when they too much relied on the solar and wind power. Meanwhile, Japan, acknowledging that renewables alone will not meet its needs, is planning to restore nuclear to a central role. And South Korea continues to build not only at home but abroad, including its project in the United Arab Emirates. Other countries in the Middle East, such as Jordan and Saudi Arabia, are actively preparing for nuclear power. Here in Latin America, experienced nuclear countries such as Argentina and Brazil continue to push their programs forward with ambitious plans. But newcomers in the region are also working with us at the IAEA to help lay the groundwork for nuclear power. And other regions are moving forward too, including Africa with interest in new nuclear power options, such as SMRs, especially high interest. Indeed, reflecting this global demand, SMRs now account for about a quarter of the new capacity added by 2050 in the IAEA's high case scenario. Ladies and gentlemen, all this amounts to a real shift, but it's only the start. For nuclear to break through, an array of stakeholders, governments, industries, universities, and the public need to be brought on board. That's why in Vienna from 26 to 30 May, in a week, next week, the IAEA is hosting its first international conference on stakeholder engagement for nuclear power programs. Hundreds of participants from around the world, including scores of mayors from towns that host nuclear facilities, will discuss ways of building trust so that countries and communities can make more informed choices about their energy future. Speaking of the future, we must also cultivate the next generation of physicists, engineers, operators, regulators, and leaders. That is why we have launched initiatives such as IAEA Marie Skłodowska Curie Fellowship Program and the Lisa Meitner Program, which support young women in the nuclear field. These efforts are already making a difference with 760 female fellows from 129 countries supported since 2020, and 4 Lisa Meitner Program professional visits, including one currently taking place in Argentina. Continued innovations is also key, and here I will mention a few areas. To accelerate their deployment, SMRs need greater regulatory harmonization and industrial standardization. That's what the IAS Nuclear Harmonization and Standardization Initiatives is for. Launched on 23 June 2022, NESI is bringing together regulators and the industry to help deploy SMRs quickly, safely, and efficiently. Tech companies are turning to advanced nuclear to power data centers. But AI applications can also help facilitate nuclear design, licensing, construction, deployment, and decommissioning. On 3rd, 4th December this year, we are bringing together the main players to advance this conversation at our international symposium on artificial intelligence and nuclear power. The non-electric applications of nuclear power, like heat for industrial processes, hydrogen production, or water desalination, is also a key area of innovation. Through coordinated research project with member states institutions, the IAA is providing support. Fusion energy, meanwhile, is on the horizon. The IA is helping to coordinate and catalyze these global efforts through our World Fusion Energy Group, which held its inaugural meeting in Rome on 6 November last year. Our biennial Fusion Energy Conference, the world's premier fusion event, will take place this year in Zhengzhou, China, on 13-18 October. Of course, all of these efforts require money. To achieve the IS high case scenario, we will need to increase annual investments to 125 billion euros from the current 50 billion. That will require great involvement by multilateral development banks and the private sector. The IE is leading here too, with DG Grossi engaged in consultations with the World Bank. Its president, Ajay Banga, has made clear his intention to try to end the bank's ban on lending to nuclear power projects. Ladies and gentlemen, countries and companies are sending us a clear signal. They need nuclear energy. They are planning for it. They are preparing the infrastructure. They are lining up in investment. And yet, in many countries, nuclear power is like a giant airliner full of passengers ready for takeoff, but stuck at the gate, delayed. To turn this current global momentum into reality is going to require more political will, but also a lot more public support, trust, and understanding. The AIA, for its part, is here to help. We are ready to take off. Thank you, and again, thanks for invitation for agency to be here with you on this great event, and we can assure you that agency continue all set of supports for the development and deployment of nuclear power in Latin America and in the whole world, and especially also in SMR project. Thanks.
Thank you very much to the director of the agency for sharing his views with us. And now we're going to have the Dr. Salsa, the president of FINEP, will deliver his lecture. Thank you, sir. You have the floor. I would like to salute my friend Salsa Santos, Amado dos Santos, and I would like to salute all of you, ladies and gentlemen, for being present with us today. A big welcome to all of you, President of FINAP, Carlos Aragão, and who will deliver one more lecture in the afternoon, my dear friend Julio Lopes, Congressman Julio Lopes, Fernando Pellegrino as well, ladies and gentlemen. And it is a great pleasure to be here with you. Celso Cunha was at the opening of this great event, which has consolidated itself as a large event in the sector. He asked me to talk about nuclear energy, but first of all, I'd like to tell you about FINAP and our Minister of Science and Technology and the investments that we have made in the sector. Can I have my presentation? Thank you. So we've had a comeback of investments in science and technology, starting with FINAP, since we took over the ministry. This graph shows us the evolution and execution of FNDCT, National Fund for the Scientific and Technological Development, starting in 2010. You see that there was a period in 2016 to 2022 in which we have three colors: green. This green here, the green part is what was withdrawn, taken out of FINAP. The fund collected the resources, but the funds were not allocated to Brazilian science. We have dark green, which is the part of non-reimbursable resources that we invest, but they don't come back to FINAP. And the orange part has to do with investments that were investments and reimbursable investments in industry. And the green part is a period from 2016 to 2022. It's a significant part of FNDCT held by the government and didn't get to FINAP. In 2023, we took up the full execution of FNDCT. We had a executed budget of 10 billion reais in 2023, to 12.7 billion reais in 2014. In 2024, and the forecast for this year is to have 14.7 billion reais for investments, and 50% will be geared to non-returnable investments, and the other part for returnable investments. The execution of the budget. This plan is higher than what has been forecast, and we'll have a second semester with an extra 2 or 3 billion reais in our budget, which provides us with a new dynamic, so that we will be able to rebuild and widen and expand the scientific infrastructure in the country. This is our evolution of non-reimbursable resources. You can see here that, for example, that we had only in 2023 alone, we had a budget performance higher than the 4 previous years for non-reimbursable resources at FINAP, a growth to 2022-24 of 79.3%, and 2023-24 27.8%, and now a new curve of growth with increases. We have 350 million reais available for projects and non-reimbursable projects. These are the main tenders that we have issued. I went to several ICTs linked to the defense sector. In the nuclear area, we have Rondinelli here. On the 12th, we will sign a subvention contract, and so these are investments that are quite massive in the area. But in general, we have launched several tenders for the recovery and expansion of scientific infrastructure in Brazil, which had lacked safe and secure investments. We launched 13 tenders in December 2023, amounting to 1.3 billion investments in recovering and expanding the scientific infrastructure in Brazil. We almost had 5 billion. We had almost $5 billion in demand, and an explosion of projects, actually an increase in projects, and we had many projects that amounted to sums that were above the the threshold of our company, but the Ministry of Science and Technology, with through debates with us at FINAP, we have expanded these resources to cater to all the qualified demand for projects from 1.2 billion reais. We have approved $2.8 billion in investments in the area of laboratories, recovery and expansion of laboratories in Brazilian ICTs. It's solid investment over the past 2 years with a forecast that's quite favorable to 2024, 2025, and 26 as well. This is another picture of returnable, reimbursable resources invested in companies and projects for innovation in the companies. There was a change in the interest rate practiced by FINEP. We have now the TR, which is a rate that's lower than 2% a year. It makes credit cheap to companies. And the new Industry Brazil program has led to an expansion of new projects. And now, tomorrow I'm going to go to NT2E to advocate the approval of a project coming from the Senate that will allow us to access some funds, previous funds, to make sure Brazilian industry will have access to them. Last year, we have 14 billion reais executed in financing of innovation projects for companies. This year, the forecast is 11.5 billion reais. As long as we have access to the resources, we can go up to 20 billion reais invested in innovation companies. That gives us an idea that, in fact, Brazilian companies had good projects. They wanted to innovate, but there was no financing, not enough funding for resources and deadlines at convenient interest rates so that companies could take up the challenge of investing in the area. This is a timeline of certified agents under 15 million reais. They're not done directly with FINEP, but rather with local development banks and local agencies and cooperatives. We have over 30 certified agents. They have access to up to 15 million reais at FINEP. That's the threshold. 2023-24, it has grown exponentially. Our disbursements to certified agents have led to a significant growth on the part of micro and small enterprises to financing their search for funds, which means that there are new sources of energy coming up in Brazilian innovation. And this is about the new Industry Brazil, which today sells our, in a way, so to speak, our shining guiding light, if you will. These new 6 axes, the mission outlined within our new Industry Brazil. It's a picture of President Lula and Vice President Alckmin launching the program. We're acting strongly in this sector. We have here, for example, 3 axes have a lot in common with nuclear energy. Resilient cities, which require clean energy, decarbonization of industry, and the energy transition and bioeconomy. That has a lot to do with the nuclear area as well, nuclear sector. And national sovereignty, for example, is another axis. Of the 3 of these 6 axes have a lot to do with the investments that you need in the nuclear sector. This is what we have approved by way of projects. We have our forecast is to have $51 billion in innovation projects within the new Industry Brazil program. But up until May this year, by May we had 34.321 million reais in 2,572 innovation projects. This is intense, strenuous work by FINEP in this area. And here I'd like to start talking about these projects, Sirius and Orion. And at 4 p.m. we'll have a talk about the nuclear sector alone, our physicist, and you will be delighted to hear from him. This is a Sirius and Orion projects. Our particle accelerator, it's a benchmark, and the world benchmark actually, for our national infrastructure. These are diggings in which the Orion project will be set up. level 4 security in the southern hemisphere, the security laboratory. The infrastructure will be made available for research in the nuclear energy and physics and chemistry. And and the multi-purpose reactor in Brazil, Congressman Julio Lopes, we have advocated at the National Congress from 2016 to 2022. We didn't have any investments, and we took them up again. And now firmly, this is part of the new Pact for Growth. The budget has been secured, annual budget in 2020. Between 2010 and 2022, we hired large amounts, 389 million, and now 926 million reais up until 2026. 306 million have been hired already by 2024. So you have the figures on the screen. The Agri 3 plan will become a reality, will come to fruition. We've been working on it, and we have a clear idea of what this project will bring us in the future. And I'd like to talk to you about some projects, small-scale projects that FINEP has financed. We have dozens of projects in the nuclear sector. These are some of them. CNEM, the atomic transient analysis, for example, in nuclear accidents and integrated computational analysis, and 88 million reais worth of projects. The figures are clearly displayed on the screen. We have projects having to do with foodstuffs and nuclear energy, 58 million reais. We have 40 million reais with DDNM and CTMSB. So we have freed up we have released the resources needed for this wide array of projects. And these are other projects in which money has been earmarked for them. So FINEP is investing heavily in these areas, and we have our small-sized reactor that's been talked about in this area. But Brazil, in fact, has good projects. It's economic investment that involves a company that 9 ICTs in tandem are making up an intelligence network of researchers to help develop a 30 million real project that FINEP is investing 30 million reais. The investment amounts to 70 million reais. So we're taking up again investments in this sector at this time in which we're again making available all the resources of the National Fund for Scientific and Technological Development. This is the Fund for Brazilian Science. And at this time, we're having this third gathering here in Brazil. Salsa Cunha again is hosting this wonderful event. It's a great honor for me to be here on behalf of FINEP, helping the organization of the event as sponsors too, but as an agency that firmly believes in the nuclear potential and in the need to keep investing in the sector and to keep working with our partners and friends. And as a Brazilian, as a resident of Rio de Janeiro, I will agree with Congressman Julio Lopes. We must take up again the work and conclusion of nuclear Angra 3 plant. Thank you very much.
Now let's move forward for our third panel with the president of Rosatom, Latin America, Mr. Ivan Dibov. Good morning.
Abdan and Celso Cunha personally for such amazing event. The program is astonishing, and we're very happy to help to make it happen. Yes, this year is very important for us, for Rosatom, because we're celebrating 80 years of creation of Rosatom State Corporation. It's a company that was born like a result of National Defense Project, and now it's not only contributing in science, technology, and clean energy in Russia, but also all over the world. How to switch? Yes. I would like to give several words about Rosatom. Rosatom now it's 88% of world's nuclear power plant export. It's 13% of uranium reserve globally, 15% of third place of uranium production globally, 39% in uranium enrichment market, 90% of nuclear fuel market globally, and we're proud of this achievement, and this is results of 8 years work, partnership with our partner from all over the world. So Rosatom now it's a really global company. We presented in many countries. For example, we have 24 regional and country centers. Among them, Rosatom America Latina. That actually this year we also celebrating 10 years of creation of the company. Nós somos cariocas de coração. Our company was organized in 2015, and now I believe that we really a part of nuclear energy sector of Brazil. We have more than 181 foreign subsidiaries. We acting in 51 countries. So you can see here, it's our business now, what we're doing now globally. First of all, it's everything about nuclear power plant and nuclear energy, from extraction of uranium, production of fuel, operation of nuclear power plant, and also back-end solution. Also, we have nuclear non-energy products that now is developing globally and also inside our company. It's gamma radiation, nuclear icebreaker fleet, nuclear medicine, isotope productions, research reactors. Also, Rosatom recently developing new non-nuclear and non-energy products and solutions that's also part of our activity. It's smart grids, wind power. Rosatom, one of the biggest operator of wind power plant in Russia, energy storage system, hydrogen power facility maintenance. Also, we providing solution for water treatment, iron and steel production, waste management and ecology, additive technology, composite materials, and lithium and special chemicals. If we're talking about our core businesses, of course, construction of nuclear power plant, and you can see here the main product that now trendy very much is SMR. SMR we have two options. We have in floating, and also we have in onshore SMR. Floating, as you know, we have already in operation, and we about to start construction of onshore SMR in one of the area of Russia, Yakutia. Its electrical capacity more than 110 megawatts, refuel cycles up to 6 years, design life 60 years plus, and construction period it's 3-4 years, but we're working to make it shorter. You can see here it's the product that we are so proud of because we made it first in the world. It's first SMR in commercial operation in its floating nuclear power plant Academic Lomonosov. It was connected to the grid in December 2019. In May 2020, it was, since this period, it's in commercial operation. In November 2023, we already made first refueling. And we produce, you can see that how lot clean and safe energy on this SMR. This exactly power plant supplying energy for city of Pevek and also to some production of to mine production closely. You can see several words about our presence here in Latin America. First of all, of course, our core business here in Brazil, and Brazil, the main partner in this area. Also, we have a big project in Bolivia that also I will present a little bit later. And for example, also we have a project in Mexico together with our partners from USA. We're supplying enrichment uranium for local nuclear power plants. We have some cooperation in nuclear fuel cycle with Argentina. And for example, also we're supplying isotope for nuclear medicine to Cuba. If we're talking about Brazil, our cooperation starts in 1993 from agreement about cooperation in peaceful use of nuclear energy. Now we, on the open bid, we won possibility to supply enrichment uranium for production of fuel of nuclear power plants, both units of nuclear power plants. Recently we won bid of conversion of Brazilian uranium with supply of enrichment uranium also for production of fuel for nuclear power plants, and we're very happy to contribute in this in development of nuclear fuel cycle here in Brazil. We are one of the biggest supplier of medical isotopes to Brazil, and we're very happy that our cooperation starts exactly from cooperation in nuclear medicine, because we're very proud that we contribute in cancer treatment in Brazil, and one, I believe, significant part of treatment regarding diagnostic and the treatment of cancer happening with materials that go in weekly from Russia. You can see that some information about my idea that I said just before, and also one important project that we are about to finish is construction of a nuclear research center in Bolivia. It's already partly in operation. It's already constructed for Bolivian partners. Cyclotron, irradiation plant, laboratories, and we finish in construction of research reactor. It will be highest research reactor, highest nuclear reactor in the world. It's constructed in La Paz on the altitudes 4,200 meters. It's quite a challenging project, but very successful, and we are ready that we also contributing in the development of the country, of science in the country, in medicine, and in agriculture as well. And of course, together with our business development here in Brazil and in other Latin American countries, we participate in promotion and in helping of a different type of social project. We're very proud to be part of supporters of Большой School in Joinville. It's only one school of Большой Theater out of Russia, and they celebrate this year 20 years from their establishment. And I believe that it's also a good way to give new talents possibility to develop themselves and to see new horizons. We also, and we will talk about this during a conference in NT2E, we have a great cooperation in education area. First of all, with UPS and IPEN, we're developing cooperation with Federal University of Rio de Janeiro as well. We organize very active knowledge exchange with our basic university university that's preparing personnel for nuclear industry. We're making lectures, Brazilian teacher making lectures for Russian students, and Russian teacher making lecture from Brazilian students, and we are willing to support this cooperation strongly. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and looking forward to having new products, new projects, and new businesses together. Thank you very much.
Obrigada ao senhor Ivan Dibov pela sua palestra.
Thank you, Mr. Ivan. And right now we are going to celebrate the newest agreements of our sector. I'm going to invite our speakers to have a seat on the audience, and let's take our first picture.
Bom, e esse é sempre momento muito simbólico.
And this is a very symbolic moment in the Abdan events, because with these partnerships we are able to have a better sector in Brazil. We always have space to celebrate nuclear's evolution in Brazil, to celebrate our first cooperation agreement of the Memorandum of Understanding between Westinghouse and Constellation, to keep moving forward with the technical discussions and applying the SMRs E20 in probing platforms, exchanging strategic.
Eu convido ao palco os senhores David Chan, diretor.
I'm going to invite Mr. Chan, the Executive Director of Westinghouse, and Leonardo Guimarães, Technical Director of Constellation, and Paula Simões, another executive of Constellation.
Bom, para o segundo contrato que será assinado nessa manhã, a Amazul e o IPAN.
Second MOU, we have Amazul and IPAN, regarding both institutions to promote the development of irradiation centers and materials. Admiral Newton Coster, the Director President of Amazul, and Isor da Costa, the Superintendent of IPAN.
Bom, o nosso terceiro memorando.
And our third MOU is going to be between ABA2 and Abdan to establish synergies between the nuclear industry, the sector of data centers, the hydrogen industry, that low carbon emissions, new technologies, and innovation of partnerships. We want to promote innovation and advanced technologies. For the signing of this MOU, I'm going to invite Mr. Celso Cunha from Abdan and representing the president of HB2, Mr. Giovanni Machado.
Muito papel?
Bom, e com isso concluímos a celebração de novos.
And that's the end of new MOUs for the nuclear sector, but we still have news. As you know, since our previous event, Hacker Power, the best hackathon for students in the nuclear sector, is now on its third edition on 2025. It is a pleasure to announce this through new agreements and sponsorships acquired by the project, and to be able to see this new edition of Hackathon. I'm going to invite Ms. Mariana Nigrei, the Executive Consultant of Itaipu Parquetec.
Bom dia. Obrigada, Maria Clara.
Thank you so much, Maria Clara. It is such a pleasure to be here with you again, presenting and launching this new version of Hacker Power. We began with Abdan on 2023, and along with Abdan and NT2E, we are only growing. And I would like to thank you, first of all, the communications area of Abdan, Beatriz, because she did a magnificent work on promoting this, and this year we were able to exit Rio, São Paulo, Belo Horizonte, and a few other cities, and this year we were able to reach a record of 52 cities. So we have students from 52 Brazilian cities, 86 students from 37 universities. And not only Abdan, I would also like to thank all the institutions that shared their posts about our Olympic Games, and now we are able to reach all of Brazil. I saw so many incredible posts from UFRJ, Amazul, and many other institutions and many coordinators that are working in the Olympic Games. They would call the universities and ask to promote the Olympic Games. Just reminding you that all the coordinators of our Olympic Games, they are former students, they are alumni, and they are passing forward this legacy for many editions. This year, all the topics are very interesting. In the energy area, we are going to talk about SMRs and aquatic environments. In the sustainability area, we are going to talk about NORM, naturally occurring retractive material. And this is going to impact many industries, mining industries, and also oil and gas industries. And in the apps area, we are going to achieve a key point, key to increase Brazilian exports, to improve the quality of our food, the food that we produce and consume here in our country. So this is going to be, the topic is food preservation. And for each topic, we have fabulous teachers. I can see Leonam here. I can see Cassia. We have many different teachers that are going to be there. And I don't mean to give any spoilers, but Celso said okay. So with this huge number of participants, we have a limited number of participants per team. But in each team, we also work with diversity and multidisciplinarity. And we are going to need more mentors. Otherwise, we are going to overwhelm the existing mentors. So if here in the audience, you would like to be a mentor or even experts on SMRs or someone in the food area or sustainability or mining area, please contact us because we always have a space for a voluntary or for a mentor, and we are going to need judges in the future. So this is how we increase our professional network, professional relationships network. We are now gathering the industry, the regulation bodies. We have many speakers from that area. And we want to give the opportunity to these students so they can have they can find their first job. And also I would like to highlight that we have many great sponsors. We have, first of all, we have from the beginning Cietec. Paula Lima is here. Cietec supporting and giving the opportunity to accelerate innovations that are being produced here. All the winners are going to be participate in the acceleration of innovation. And today we also have something new. I'm going to pass the floor in a minute to Mariana. Mariana Nigrai, she's from Itaipu, the technological park. And now they have this huge contribution for our Olympic Games. They already gave a lecture. We had the warm-up, Hakapau warm-up with many different lectures, and we are going to have an activity, a very long activity afterwards. Then we have the award ceremony, many surprises. So I'm going to pass the floor. I'm going to give the floor to Mariana, and she's going to explain us the support of this technological park. I hope you also can be very impressed with the work they are performing. So we are launching Hacker Power 2025. And please follow us on our website and our socials and the work that they are going to be performing until September. And by the end of October, we are going to announce the winners on Nuclear Legacy. Thank you so much, Celso. Thank you once again. Good morning, everyone. I would like to salute all the authorities present here, especially my president, dear friend, Celso Cunha. It is such an honor to be here representing Itaipu Parktech. Itaipu Parktech is a supporter of the NT2E. I would like to highlight our commitment with innovation, technological development, and strategic partnerships with Abdan. This is a very important collaboration, and it is key to build a sustainable future and a technological future. An example of this is our sponsorship to Hack Power, the Brazilian Nuclear Olympics, and they promote scientific education and innovation among students, among young people. Hacker power goes beyond what we think. I'm really proud of this initiative because it represents so much more than just a challenge. This is a catalyzer of talents, ideas, innovation, and applied. So to support Hacker Power and to sponsor Hacker Power is really, it goes beyond. We can help and promote scientific education and the upbringing of students that are very committed with the energy challenges of our country,
thereby consolidating even further our partnership with Abdan. We are very enthusiastic about contributing further to this ecosystem, supporting transformational projects and strengthening as well the ties to institutions that share the same view of the future as we do. Thank you for the opportunity. Being here and being part of this journey with us means a great deal to me and my team. So we have to turn these ideas into a reality. They must come true. Thank you. Well, now we're going to get to the last minute of this opening ceremony of NT2E. I'd like to remind you that this is only the beginning all the way to next Thursday, May 22nd. We'll have a program with a great deal of content, business deals, and the generation of great opportunities for the nuclear sector, energy sector in Brazil. I do encourage you to take part in many courses and pay visits to our booths, because undoubtedly there's no other place where you can learn so much and interact so much in the energy sector than our Congress. I'd like to invite our sponsors on stage so they'll take the official group picture of the event. Vice Admiral Colga, General Marco Amaro, Ana Paula Bittencourt, Pedro Cavalcante, Congressman Julio Lopes, Mikhail Djordkov, Márcio Forte de Almeida, Admiral Bento Albuquerque, Ivan de Bove, Celso Pancera, Silas Rondô, Andrea Lopes, Francisco Rondinelli, Isolda Costa, David Chan, Lahan, Alexandre Ronaiser, Luiz Celso, Giacomo Felix, Admiral Newton Costa, Adalto Seixas, Charles Kilogonio, Pedro Litzak, Pedro Moura, Adolfo Kramer, Nestor De Lorenzo, Josefina Malari, Grasso German, João Carlos Gadera, Senhor Luiz, Jean-Marc Soares, Nicola Mertonetto, Mariana Negrai, and Andrea Zorio. Please, if we can have you on stage for the group picture, official group picture. Thank you.
Muito obrigada a todos. Eu peço só que aguardem até que os convidados
I'd like, please wait until our distinguished guests get off stage and go to the booths, and our promoters will meet you outside the room. Have a great event, all of you, ladies and gentlemen. See you soon. Thank you very much.